Hello, my name is Dallas, and I'm back with more Donkey Kong 64 to chip away more at the 101%. So the plan today is to finish up probably 3 areas, maybe 2. And by 3 areas, I specifically mean the castle level I started before, Fungal Forest when I have the ability to get the last few bananas, and then whatever the other level I unlocked is. I just gotta remember where the levels actually are. I think Cannon was 1. I think this was for the castle, which I started. I don't remember which Kong I started with, but I know I was going through, I think, with Lanky last I left off. Eh. But I didn't have a clear objective that I was going for, because I was just kind of exploring the level to get all the fast travels. Yeah. I think the move is to just explore around and see what I can find. Donkey Kong spot there. Don't feel like I've done that. So maybe we do that first. Yeah, this is definitely one level that I was barely scratching the surface of last I was here. Too high for that, apparently. Forgot that first one was elevated because I got the coin. Too late on that one. Also, I don't know where the intended path is, so maybe too high for that. That coin on the first one is actually kind of nice, and it's kind of my only good marker. Okay, so that takes me back to where I was. I think I just went in a big circle. Fortunately missed that one. I feel like inherently I'm going to immediately get lost in this one because there's now no markers on the right way to go. Too early there. And all of these barrel paths kind of look the same. To lay down that one. I'm guessing whatever I'm doing here is gonna activate a switch to open up the tree. I don't know if that jingle for the circles matters. And I definitely feel like I'm going in a big circle. Unless I have to get every one of the circles. Too late on that one. I don't fully know what my goal here is. Because I don't see, like, usually they show me like a switch or something in the middle. Okay, so hitting all the circles did activate a switch. That's what I missed. I'm guessing if I had missed it, it would have just kept sending me in a big circle to get back around. Go ahead and just get rid of all bats. And a blueprint that disappeared. There's also something over there that looks like it can be broken or opened. Get him. Why can I not grab that? It was very clearly a yellow blueprint. And a fairy. I feel like there's something I'm missing. There they are. Need them to hold still. Thought that was there. I can't aim any more up. Too late. But that's the spot. Move slightly to the left. It feels like there's a way to raise the water. And we got him. Okay. Okay, that's definitely too far away. And if it's not too far away, then I don't know what I'm missing. Unless it's like a case where I have to do it like when the raft is slightly higher. No, they're definitely just kind of disappearing before they hit the wall. So in that case, what is out here? That takes me there. Which then immediately shuts. So hopefully the tree path is still open, or I have to do the barrels again, which means I would need to figure this out as quickly as possible so I don't have to do that multiple times. Okay, cool, that's left open. Don't have to redo the barrels, that's a good start. Oh, that is a chunky spot. So I need to come back here with Chunky to break down that wall now that it's open to DK, and then I think DK has to be on this for that to spawn, so it's definitely a DK thing. Like, that one looks like it should have been a hit. Which leads me to believe that there's something with the water that I'll need Chunky to activate, or it needs to be Earth somewhere else. So maybe I grab this ammo, then we swap to Chunky. Unless DK has a new ability that I didn't buy yet and forgot about. Then I have to remember which one Cranky's at. Is it number 3? It is number 3. Jetpack game? Absolutely not. It's all the potions. Okay, so back to Chunky, and we'll see what Chunky can do with that door. I should also check if there's a new ability for Chunky. I think the only one I've checked might have been Diddy. I might have gotten Lanky, but I don't remember. Down the pad with your face and press that to turn invisible. And yeah, I guess I got Donkey Kong's at some point, so that's probably Tiny and Lanky. I want to check, but we'll do Chunky's thing now. Alright, so just gotta go punch this down. And it was this way. I thought I almost did a blind shot of that. This looks like an invisibility one. Assuming there's an invisibility thing for Chunky here. Let's just do this again. Is it just a long shot situation? I don't think it can be. Meaning I need to find a pad with Chunky's face somewhere. But I don't see it here. And it did not appear in the prior room. So where could it be? Was that just a trap? Like, is the intent there that I'm supposed to ledge grab? In which case, for coins, probably not worth it. Yeah, so there it definitely seems like I need invisible Chunky to get something. In order to presumably get close enough to shoot the switch without getting caught. That was a missed jump. I do kind of wish they put a didn't mean to leave, but there is a thing out here, maybe I check that. There is a thing, but it's to activate a Lanky switch, so back in we go. I feel like I've definitely done that one, but I also don't remember what it was. I feel like there's more that I have to do later in the level to unlock stuff this way. Where does this send me? It sends me to the door. What's over here? Bad attack barrels, some tiny coins. Let's go tiny. Or a bonus barrel.
Welcome to bonus stage.
Yeah, we got it. That was an easy one. Okay, no Diddy or Donkey barrels, and nothing over here. Rude. And it sends me all the way back to the door. Cool. I mean, I guess I didn't get very far, so it's fine. And I got the banana. This feels like the first level where bats are kind of a problem. So let's just go right back in and see what's after that. There's some Diddy coins there. Let's go back for Diddy. Also, apparently there's a tag barrel right in here, but there is definitely Diddy bananas. Okay, can't break that down. And there's a DK switch there. And a lanky switch. A lot of Diddy bananas, but they're all gated off. There's a Diddy switch. Okay, another one that hides. Looks like over here, kind of. And we got it. I don't know what... Oops. Let's do this to get rid of them, because I don't know what takes them out. There was a peanut there, but it's gone. Is this a case where, like, homing ammo or something just travels farther for kind of no reason? Or is it quite literally a case where I just have to get to the very edge and it just barely hits it? Because at least with Chunkies, that made sense if it was like an invisible thing. But Diddy's, I don't know what to do. Maybe activating the other switches will give me a clue. If it was a homing thing, I would have assumed that there's a homing thing that activates. This might be the level where I have to go outside and get hints, just because I don't know how to activate some of these. That was like a lanky part there. Those guys are fairly easy to take down. I guess the one for Diddy that would make sense is if it activates like a jetpack, I could fly over and shoot the button. That's also me largely assuming that something is going to happen. So DK is at 2, Chunky is at 1, Tiny's at 2, and DK is the only one where I found the blueprints for. Actually, looks like I got it for Chunky, I think. What's over here? I'm very low on ammo. Okay. And we made it.
Welcome to bonus stage.
So hopefully this will activate something that helps Diddy. Or I am unclear on how to deal with them. Trying to just kind of predict where the red ones are going to be because I think they're worth 2. And we go. Okay. And as with, I guess what started in the last stream, if I do get extremely stuck on something and I don't feel like I'm going to pick up what it wants me to do, I will probably look up specific bananas if I'm stuck. So my guess here would have been Diddy's charge to break it down. But it seems like that is wrong. Which again makes me think that there's something more here for Diddy that I need to figure out. Unless Diddy just straight up has an ability that I need to find somewhere. There's some chunky stuff here. Probably gotta break all these so chunky. And then Diddy can sweep back through. That seems to be the case, and I guess the question is there anything behind those that Diddy needs to do? Or is this literally just running around and grabbing all the bananas? Which I mean isn't the worst, but I was hoping for more of a hint. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. Okay, so those are dead ends, or at least that one is. Nothing there. I'm guessing I can't do anything with these. Seems like a no. So back to Diddy to grab all those bananas. I feel like on this level I'm doing very good on bananas for everybody, but golden bananas is where I'm falling short. Like with this will probably push me close to 30 bananas for Diddy, but I have no idea how to get his golden banana in the other room. I guess we go back in. Is it something where it only turns if I'm facing it, or is it based on where Diddy's standing? I'm assuming it's where Diddy's standing. I think it has to be where they're standing. There's some chains up top, but it doesn't seem like there's any way to activate them. I feel like there's some overarching level gimmick that I just haven't found yet. That was not the way out. And once I get that level gimmick activated, then things change. That's a lanky spot there, and a candy spot here. I want to see if there's any way to check everybody's coins, but I don't know if there is. I didn't realize I had so much energy there. I wanted Lanky for that blueprint. Did I already get that one, or was that somebody else's and I just thought that was blue hair? I think I just thought that was blue hair, but it was probably white. We made it back out here. I don't think this does anything for me here, so we need to please climb the ladder. I don't know why this is like the hardest ladder. Okay. So where do I go now? That looks like there might be a tiny thing related to that tree. Also, I want to check. Okay, let's just go tiny. This looks like a good spot to glide. And I just climb this little tree, as I can. Okay, that wasn't quite right. Let's go think number 2, where is that? That's to a Diddy barrel. Let's go grab Diddy and see what we can do with that. And there's some headphones over there if I need to recharge my instruments for some reason. Assuming I don't want to go back to Candy Shop. And a barrel.
Welcome to bonus stage.
Swat the flies, A to swat. Feel like a couple of those should have hit. Is it while they're going fast, then they can't be hit? Or does it just harder? Almost got him. That first one was the big problem. Everything else I kind of recovered quickly on. I feel like I'm a second too late on half of those hits. I feel like they follow the crocodile rules where they tend to turn to the left, but they turn a lot faster. There's that one. I'm bad at predicting their path, or like where they're going to end up, based on where the swatter is. And then I just kind of end up with them circling the swatter as I try to get that one spot. I'm also trying to see if the shadow like moves at all, and I shouldn't be using the shadow as a guide. And that's what we do. I think this is the first one of these where I've had to do multiple tries, and it's fine. There's definitely worse mini games I've had to redo multiple times. Okay, so I can't hit them when they're faster, I just have to be a little bit more lucky. Some of those, I don't know if it's me misinterpreting the timing, but it feels like it should have been hit, or they just flew over it. It feels weirdly precise for what they want.
Welcome to bonus stage.
Really on that swing. Getting down to 2 now, but I still have a few where I'm just kind of slipping up for too long.
Welcome to bonus stage.
There's some hits where it definitely feels like I should have gotten, and then there's some where they just kind of give it to me randomly. Like they run into it as it's swinging down. That one didn't feel close at all, but they gave it to me. And we got it. Everybody's got a banana on the board. I definitely did that lanky room. I think that was the last thing I did. Unless there was something I missed in the lanky room, but I wouldn't know what it is. There's a DK spot. There's some Diddy coins on those buildings. Like, they presented that as if I saw something lighting up there. Maybe I go DK and go for the button. Probably just want to go to like 5. Either 4 or 5. Let's try 4. That's also a lanky button there, so I come back to 4 later for a lanky switch. I think I did the tiny one, because I explored a lot through here as tiny. There's a Diddy switch there. Oh, let's go up to 5. Yeah, it seems like the whole idea of those, like, rooftops there is just coins for Diddy when he has his jetpack. Which I do not need. White Hog Workshop, thank you for the raid. And what were you up to? You're doing Suika Game. You're doing more Fruit Game, or doing Fruit Game. How was Fruit Game? I do Minish Cap and then winding down with Fruit Game. Did you end up finishing Minish Cap or just decided to wind down for a bit? And as for what we're doing here today, we are going for the 101% for DK64. Didn't get a watermelon, but it was very close. And we made it in. I enjoyed that I played a Fruit Game, and I also did enjoy Minish Cap. Just gonna dodge the bats. You think you're at the end of Minish Cap and decided to save for another stream? I remember the final boss can be hit or miss, because it's a little bit to figure out. So that might have been a good call. So I'm guessing probably like all 4 temples done or something like that. Got a banana medal. You just got the 4th element. And we did it. How's DK64 been treating me? I'm kind of mixed on it. I don't think it's like... The way this was presented to me is it was like a horror story of collectathons. And I don't think it's been nearly that bad, but it has definitely shown some rough patches. What did that open? Was it over here? Overall though, I'm probably about 70% of the way done. Because I started at 67 and I've gotten a few things since starting. I think it would be worse if I had to get every single collectible in the game, but there's a lot that are optional. In that there's 100 colored bananas for every Kong in every level, but I only have to get 75 for each. I think if I had to get all 100, this would be notably more rough and tedious. Speaking of golden bananas, there's another one. And I got some abilities really late, so I had to do a little bit more backtracking than I would have liked. I didn't realize the camera was just kind of out in the open overworld. So I think next we go for the Diddy button, or I can go for the lanky one. Actually, I could turn in the blueprint since I'm up here anyway. I will say I definitely won't be finishing it today, but I'm hoping to clear out at least 2 full areas and... yeah, definitely has some neat ideas. I think the big mod that everybody adds to remove the tedium is just being able to swap from the pause menu, which is, for me, very minor. I think the mini games are the things that are much more rough. 144 out of 201 bananas, so making what feels like good progress. Like, I think that if either there was half as many mini games, or if they were, well, made to the water, or if they were more like paced out, I would like the minigames more, but then there's some of them that just kind of don't work. Like, probably the roughest minigame I've done is called Beaver Bother, where I have to get beavers to run into a pit in the center of the room, but the pit has collisions, so they just kind of decide whether they want to go in or not, and I had to do that at least twice. Let's go Lanky. There was a button that I gotta hit. Was number 2 the one I needed? I think it might have been... It was number 3. Gotta head to bed and get ready for Thanksgiving. Have a good sleep and a good Thanksgiving. Maybe 2 was the right spot. If I already got all of Lanky's potions. Don't want to do your minigame. I do need Lanky's potion. Orangutan Sprint. Jump to a barrel with your face on it and you'll merge like grease lightning. And it eats crystals. Okay, all done with Lanky's potions. Wait, I went to number 4, and that's where I saw the button. I remember. Just a maze. And we're timed. There's also a barrel just kind of there. And we got it. And we reveal the battle spot, and they remove the timer. All good things for me. How many? I need 15 bananas to finish up Lanky. Are there any more tucked around the maze is the main question. That looks like a bonus barrel. Let's go do this. That is a lot of seconds. I feel like Lanky might be the easiest one to do this with because of his reach. And he attacks fast enough that I can just kind of not worry about it. And he got knocked off. That was a very unfortunate slap. Yeah, I was lucky there just because of Lanky's like crazy reach. Okay, so the skeletons take multiple hits if I don't spin attack them. And they just kinda come up and club him. I kinda didn't piece that together just as I was knocking them out by chance with the blue ones. I feel like leaving them on the ground is fine, because they're not spawning anymore. That was a big AoE. So we go again. I might be playing this a little too lax. I guess I should go for the knockout because their spawn in time is slower. Or I just go for space. Yeah, like he gets sent flying far. That's knockout there. I don't know if I can jump over those AoEs. I feel like I've tried before and still gotten hit. But that was the case where I needed to like probably actually knock that one out. But I was worried about the ones coming in from behind. I can stun lock them kind of like this. That's probably the best case scenario. Because then they don't spawn in and they don't do anything. That's close. And we got it. And then there's still a bonus barrel somewhere here. At least it looked like a bonus barrel. But I'm kind of also scouting around for random blue bananas. So again, I just need 15. Okay, so that's the end of the level. That's the wrong way. It's more towards the beginning. There it is. I saw there was some ammo over there, but I don't know if I need it. I don't need this. So that wasn't a bonus barrel, that was an ability barrel. I could not tell. So we go. Gotta get back to the end. That is very surprising that they thought that you would need a speed boost through this. Because I just kind of walked and followed the trail they left for me. But at least that's 2 collectibles done, because I know I needed the crown. I think there's one more fairy. Yeah, one more fairy, then 4 medals. I think I have enough bananas to actually just beat the level. But we don't need to worry about that right now. There's a Diddy switch nearby. At least I think it was a Diddy switch. I might be mixing it up with a DK switch. Either way, we'll check. I was wrong on both, it's a chunky switch. Let's see if Diddy has an ability. Already got Diddy's ability. So Tiny might be the only one left. There's some Diddy coins down there, but I can't tell what they're connected to. Okay, this is just the very beginning. So back to Chunky to go to the museum. Also, I'm gonna refill their instruments while I'm here. Okay. So I need to go back to number 4. And over into the museum. I think I'm full on film, so I'll avoid those. Yeah, still don't know how to take out those guys other than instruments. There's some tiny bananas over there with a tiny button. And we got the banana medal. Good. So I need to find a boulder or something to weigh that down. Okay, this obviously looks the most suspicious. And apparently there's a ferry near here. That's definitely the thing I have to pick up. But I need to figure out how to get back there with Tiny, because I did have to hit a button with Chunky to activate this. I also don't know how to swap the ammo types. I just want to see if that did anything. And it seems like a no. At least this one I know what I have to do, I just have to figure out where this connects. Because I assume I have to hit that, like get into there from somewhere else. Hit it as Tiny, and that'll lower the mirrors. I feel like there's a lot of this area that I just kind of haven't seen. Because of the way it's laid out. Because I can't tell if what's just a way up and what's like an actual path that I need to be looking out for. I'm gonna turn in Chunky's banana since he just got 75. Okay, so I can't fully beat the level yet because I need 400. Which means I need like 80 more bananas between everybody. But as far as medals, 2 of them are done. I forgot who the other one was. It was DK. Okay. The one who seems to be in the most rough shape is Diddy by a lot. Diddy is the only one who's still kind of missing a ton. So I think now the move is to start exploring some of these lower areas, because upper area seems to be limited. I think that's Diddy. And a bunch of lanky bananas. There's a Diddy balloon over there, and some Diddy buttons. Actually, buttons for quite a few of them. I do want that balloon. Also, that's timed. Rude. Let's do this. I need them to now be here for a minute. Okay. I do kind of wish that instead of having regular and homing types of ammo, it just only had one or the other. Like, homing just seems like a purely good upgrade, and it's weird that they still have such a reliance on regular ammo. I don't like how there's 3 teleport points midway through the level. That definitely makes me think that there's gonna be a whole thing. Just because there's now at least 3 extra fast travel spots just for this. I had the wrong combo there. Good thing they have 25 instrument uses. I feel like that inherently makes this notably more doable. I'm going to guess this is a password one. Is there a password anywhere? Let's start with 3. Three opened up both sides, but I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. And Diddy's caught up on bananas. Didn't really give me feedback if I was right or wrong. I feel like I'm definitely missing something here that I need to come back for. I hope it's not a case where I have to go through as DK and Chunky to get the 2 parts of the password to come back and do Diddy's. Because there's also no tag barrel in here, and I don't know where the closest one is. Okay, the only thing I can think of is I need to look around this room to see if there's a password I missed. I guess I'll cave in, go grab, like, Donkey Kong first. Hopefully there's a tag barrel nearby. They show them in order though, which makes me lean more towards I should already have a password. There's the tag barrel. There is also still a lot of lanky bananas around here, which I will leave for later. I think that's actually might be enough to push. I should think lanky might be the next lowest at like 55 or something. And in we go. So I think number 2 is DK. I didn't mean to do that. Okay, DK got every banana in the game, or in this level, I mean. Okay, so this one was either right or the first one is a freebie. My guess is that that one's right and it's just their opposite sides. Or not. could that be if that's my hint? Okay, I guess order matters? So like this one first, then the right side, then the other side. Okay, so I just had to do them in order. So the markings are exactly as they showed up, I just had to figure out the order, which is weird, but we got it. And we got more minecart. Survive the ghost train and collect 25 coins to be a winner. Speed up, slow down, jump left or right, A to jump. Watch out for the gravestones, and Resident Demon is not something I expected to see in a DK game. Oh, that coin is trapped. She wouldn't have been if I was already on that side. Love not being able to see what coins are coming up. Oh, that was a swing. So far seems to be going good. I just need 25. Didn't see there was a coin there. I need to jump at the right time there. I did low-key forget that speeding up was a thing. So I definitely did read that and then just didn't kind of internalize it. That one. Somehow managed to dodge that. I think it hit me on the upswing. Oh, that's gonna be unfortunate if that's what cost me it. I lost 4 coins. I lost just too many coins right at the end. I cannot tell when they're going to hit me or what I need to be doing to avoid the hands. Like, the pound seems to be the most obvious in that it raises it up above where it's gonna hit. Is the idea just that it's hitting where I'm going to be, or where I'm at? I just need to be swapping regularly. Yeah, I don't know how to dodge that, or do I just need to be on a different track when that happens? I am missing a lot of random coins. Both of those. I feel like I have more coins and I got through it faster. And get both of those. Missed that one. It just looks like I have to jump if they go for a swipe. Like, that seems to be the lore for that one. I did try to get greedy. Guess I didn't swing or jump quick enough. Almost messed that up, but we're at 41. Missed that one. This feels like the end. Never mind. Okay, this definitely does. And we got it. So Donkey Kong is almost done, and I already know where his last banana is. Problem is... I still haven't figured out how DK gets his last, his last banana, because it's that one random target spot that I don't know how to hit. Guess I can't jump over that little ledge. I guess for right now we go Chunky to see if I can find Diddy's clue, otherwise there's something I missed for Diddy completely. Because if I don't see anything that looks like a number for Chunkies, then Diddy needs to find a code somewhere. Or I need to brute force it a guess. In terms of rooms, this looks similar. You know, I didn't think that was gonna be how that worked, but here we are. Okay, there's a banana there. Coins there, 3 coins specifically. Maybe I needed to pound the other side as Diddy. Actually, I don't think Diddy could get up. So if this was supposed to be my clue, I would guess it would be in order of importance, which would be coins, the 2 bananas, and then the barrel. But I don't know how I would interpret that as numbers.
Welcome to bonus stage.
Oh, the clap traps. 8 of fire. A little bit too far ahead on that one. Yeah, we got it. How many bananas does that put us at? 2 for Chunky. Chunky is a little bit far behind. Diddy is still the most behind. Part of me is thinking I should almost dip out and go for the hints because of how many bananas I'm missing. And the other part of me is thinking maybe I should just commit to trying to get whatever's here. Maybe I look around as Lanky first to get all these bananas and then we consider that. I'm gonna go up here as Chunky because there's nothing up here and I want to know why this is. So this is a Lanky and Tiny spot. And then Lanky keeps going this way to here. There's also some tiny things there, so let's grab tiny stuff first. Gonna do that. Because I don't want to deal with the bats. Tiny is almost done. What would be a great move is... more ammo. Maxed out at 200 shots. All Kongs got sniper. That's probably what DK needed. So that unlocks a banana for Chunky, DK, and Diddy that I know of offhand. All shops are done. I hope he gave me a free ammo refill. Well, let's get Tiny's thing while we're here. And then Lanky can do the rest after. Lanky has a button and a barrel with his face on it. Five bananas for Tiny. I feel like Lanky will probably be done after this hallway with regular bananas. Oh, good. No, that was a lot easier than it looked going in. The fingers kind of threw me off as something that I didn't realize I was going to have to work around. So unfortunately, that kicks me out. Okay, so it didn't kick me all the way out. Great. I was worried that that was going to kick me out to like the very beginning of the level again. We're gonna scout Lanky's section. Lanky's is just a huge sprint to a gate, meaning that it's probably going to be timed, so I just have to use Lanky's ability to get to the gate before it closes. Simple enough, it doesn't help me with Diddy's code. And Tiny still needs 5 bananas somewhere. And still gotta say, the bats went from being just kind of present in other levels to being an active nuisance in this one. Yeah, this will definitely be enough to finish up Lanky. There's the medal. I think Tiny and Diddy are the only two without medals. Diddy needs 15 and Tiny needs 5. Everybody else is done. Meaning I'm pretty sure I have enough bananas to fight the boss if I wanted. And it's nice that there's 3 bananas that are just use sniper mode. And Lanky is totally done with bananas. So all I gotta do is not miss this jump. And we got it. And it's no longer timed, but it doesn't matter. So Lanky still has 1 banana somewhere. That I've not found yet. But I've completed all of their other bananas. In terms of the colored ones. Means the last thing here is, in terms of this particular area, is Diddy's code. Actually, hold up. Lanky needs the blueprint. That's the only one I have left. So let's see if we can figure this out. Okay, so that wasn't it. Do I just need to do them in order of 1, 2, 3, 4? I feel like there's an added sound there, but I can't tell if it's just Diddy hitting it over something else. Okay, it's just 1, 2, 3, 4. Up to 150. Only 51 bananas left, and I think one of them is a special banana. So that's this area cleared out. DK, I already know where his last banana is. Diddy, I know where one of them is, but there's still a couple missing. Actually, is Diddy... Diddy has not turned in his blueprints, so he's missing one banana. I guess I'll look around down here. Okay, there's Tiny's blueprint. How many is Tiny at? Tiny's at 3 of 5, so Tiny needs one more banana somewhere. Okay, so I guess that's where I find some of Diddy's bananas. I'll go ahead and turn in Diddy's blueprint while I'm here. I don't remember... I don't remember which room it was. Might have been the library. Alright. So where do we go now? I think I got everything with Lanky's button, unless there was a sniper spot I missed. My options, at least, are to remember where Diddy's section was. Like that closed up, so it's not there, but it might have been related to it. Issue is all the doors did close. Wait, was it in the castle by the big open front gate? That sounds more familiar. I think that was the Diddy button I was thinking of earlier that I never found my way back to. So this might be Diddy's other banana that I'm missing. And Tiny's is probably in that one glass room that I saw with Chunky. There's the rest of these bananas that I need. And even some extras. Got the metal. I think that's all 5 medals, unless Tiny had one that I haven't gotten yet. Okay, I think Tiny needed 5, and there's a Tiny with 5. So if I come back to this ballroom as Tiny, then we are done. At least with the medals. The thing that I didn't see that there is a bonus barrel up there, but also there's a balloon there. Okay, so after this bonus, all I have to do with Diddy is get that one shot on that one peanut with a sniper that I saw. And then it's over to Tiny. B was slow down. I couldn't remember I forgot to check the buttons for speed up and slow down.
Welcome to bonus stage.
Z was speed up. I was thinking it was A. That was a turn I should have taken.
Welcome to bonus stage.
So I can either go towards the very middle like I usually do, or wait until this outer one goes inward and then circle around over here. That's the way. I didn't realize there was no way over. I think overall that's the way. I just need to get back to the outer ring and then slow way down.
Bonus stage.
They're both on the 2 inners, and I'm on the far outer. That one got out faster than I thought. I hung out too long in the outer edge.
Welcome to bonus stage.
I feel like that was definitely the way to start, though. Because that one's 1 in, 2 in. Just barely squeezed by there, but now I need to go in. Like all the way in. I think we won. Okay, so Diddy only has one banana, and I know where it is. DK has one, and I know where it is. Tiny has two, and actually, Tiny has... Tiny does have two, so maybe this is related... Oh, because Tiny has a teleport. I did forget that that was the ability that Tiny got. So that teleport probably leads to... the other spot behind the glass, and then Tiny breaks open the glass to get Chunky the spot there. Chunky has one that required Sniper, and then one that Tiny has to unlock. There's the 5th banana medal, but just to be sure. Yeah, banana medal's done. We're missing one fairy, which is where Tiny has to help Chunky. Are they in the building, or are they just hiding outside? They are just hiding outside. I wish it was kind of just in the box and not exactly centered. But we got him. I don't know how many fairies I have. Maybe I check that, because those are the collectibles that I started getting late. So we have over 50 extra bananas. 14 of 20. And 10 blueprints. Getting down to the wire a bit, which is great. And another race. Build up another shiny banana. 2-lap race and get 10 coins. Z to speed up and steer. This might be one where 10 coins is actually kind of a problem. I feel like they're just faster than me, and there's no shortcuts unless I eat misses. I guess if I get to that point, I could just eat those last few misses and go for the end. Like, I think that's the strat. Unless I'm, like, ahead of them. Yeah, so there's 3 misses there. And then I can just go for the finish. Okay, apparently that doesn't count. I tried. It's really hard to catch up. Because I'm holding down the speed up button the entire time. Well, I tried to cut that as sharp as I could. I just don't know how to outspeed them, because I'm just holding speed up the entire time and they're just going the same pace as me, but they start off farther ahead. Okay, that doesn't count. And if I have to go wide to get coins, then I just lose more time. Did I miss one? I ran into them. And we got it. So shortcut was the answer, I just couldn't skip more than one. Like, I just had to eat a miss so that I could win. And then when Tiny grabs their blueprint outside, they'll be done there. Okay, so then I go with the other teleport. And Tiny got every banana. What am I missing here? Like, why did Tiny have to come to this room? Like, there's no switch. Like, the impression I got was that Tiny had to come to this room to open up the mirror so that Chunky could come through. But I didn't see anything over there. Can Chunky just break the glass? Or is there something I'm missing? I guess for now I'll grab Tiny's last blueprint and just be done with that. That's probably the safe way to go. And then I need DK for the sniper banana, Chunky for a sniper banana. Oops. Is that everybody's blueprints? No, Lanky's still missing theirs. And that's Lanky's last banana. So, somewhere I've missed an enemy with a Lanky blueprint. I feel like I should go Diddy now to get Diddy's... I think it's their last banana? Yes it is. I'm going to guess Diddy's... like last 5 or 10 bananas is probably just from flying around in the jetpack to grab stuff up high. But I also don't need them, so they don't matter. This looks like the right place. And we made it back. I'm gonna do this real quick. I need to get rid of this enemy. Because I have homing shots on and every one of them is hitting the enemy. And we got it. Alright. Diddy's done completely. Unless there's like a boss who Diddy needs to fight. Chunkies and DKs are both in the same spot below the tree. I went the wrong way. I keep thinking that is the exit, but it's one more room over. I'm just trying to make sure that there's no blue-haired enemy who I weirdly missed. I think this area is clear. It's gonna be weird if Lanky's blueprint is the final thing I need to find. Like, they look like they have blue hair. But they didn't drop anything. And hello, Garth. Welcome in. I think it's chunky time. I could just fight the boss, but I'm not super worried about that right now. Let's just go and immediately grab Chunkies over here. And we got it. Oh, it's another beaver bother. Can't believe they've done this. A1. Over half, but I went a long time without getting one. Okay, that's better start. Now when those two decided they were having no part of it. Need this one. Do a sharp turn, never mind. He decided to hit an invisible wall. Back, take it again. I had the inverse problem. I had a good start and then just kind of couldn't get him to go in for the last, like, half of it. That's 3 of them who ran into the pit and decided not to go in. Got lucky with the double, but I think I'm too far behind in this one. Stuck. Definitely a working minigame. Working exactly as intended. I love when they run straight into it and then just kind of stop. Looked like he's gonna go in. That one got caught on the other one who didn't go in. Get you to get away from the wall. Never mind, I'll just pivot. Okay.
Welcome to bonus stage.
We go again. The good thing I definitely didn't commit to finishing today, because I figured there would be some other shenanigans like this. Almost managed to sneak that one in. Two left. Did better, and I don't really know where I messed up specifically. It seemed like that was just random, not cooperating. I don't feel like there was any particularly long point where I didn't get any. I think if they get too close together, that's when it gets, like, really finicky. Surprised that one decided to fall in. I got 4 again. Actually, it might have been the first time I got 4, but
Welcome to bonus stage.
that one they stopped going in towards the end. This one. I'm surprised that one went in. They look stuck for sure. Ah, 2 again. See, I feel like if I'm understanding how they work, I need to snap at their face in a way that causes them to blindly turn towards the pit, and that's the only reliable way to get them to fall in. Other than that, it just kind of feels random. Like, sometimes they'll fall in, other times they just decide they don't wanna. Ah. Those last 10 seconds where it speeds up and I have like 4 left, it feels real bad.
Welcome to bonus stage.
Because I need like 4 perfect snaps and I feel extremely rushed. I think that's just gonna be a hard reset. Unless these start extremely cooperating. I just wish this minigame worked. This would not be a bad minigame if they didn't put collision on the pit. Like, it's a hole that they're just supposed to blindly fall into. It shouldn't have a hitbox that they can get caught on. An incredible start there for a minute. I had 5 who just kind of all walked into it
Welcome to bonus stage.
in like 15 seconds. too far out. I also don't know if jumping does anything. I never figured it out. Or if jumping is just something to do.
Welcome to bonus stage.
I guess maybe if I'm lucky I can bully them in if I get them on the center like that. But historically it's not worked very well. I'm surprised that one went in. I was on a good pace until those last 10 seconds.
Welcome to bonus
And they
stage.
were a little bit too spread out and one wasn't falling in. That's a whole like 20 seconds where none of them fell in. Okay. Really towards the end I might have been spamming a little bit too much because they weren't getting the turn I needed. Trying to figure out if there's an easy way that I can do like a single snap to like bully ones in by the edge. And it seems like it's a no. Like I have to wait until they get uncaught, and then maybe I can sneak them in. Unless there's like unless they're facing a very specific angle, then maybe I could get something to work. Thought that one was gonna be locked in. I feel like I'll be here for a bit. I guess it's a good thing my soft goal was 2 levels because there's 1 level where I only have to get like 1 banana. In this whole level I only like barely started. I need to do exactly what just happened there, but like 3 more times. And they all just converged on the outer wall.
Welcome to bonus stage.
Like, if it wasn't so hard to get them to turn, I wouldn't mind them going to the outer edge as much. But I have to snap at them in a way that makes them turn. And I need very aggressive turns. Yo, we got it. That was like literally down to the last second. So Chunky is missing his blueprint and 1 other banana. Actually, so I know where his other banana is. I don't know where his other blueprint is. And then Donkey Kong has his last banana here. That's the beginning of the level, so that's not the way. I'm gonna check the hint for Chunky to see if it tells me how to get that 1 pickup item. Because I think I was done with Tiny. Get Chunky to punch it. So there's something that Chunky can do by punching. I just realized I think Lanky, all I needed. Where's that gonna send me? Okay, into this room. BK I'm done with, I need to check Diddy. Exercise the ballroom, then light the candles to Diddy. I already did that one. And right into the goop. Ah, that's the way into this area. Maybe because I'm... Actually, I don't know if I have to turn in any Diddy blueprints. So I think we just go in. So Chunky, we gotta go back up to the museum, I think it was. Maybe level 4. I don't know where his blueprint is. I think him and Lanky, I think, are the last 2 blueprints here. Let me double check. Tiny just has to turn in, and yeah, Lanky, I need to find it. Nope, Chunky already has it, so Chunky's missing 1 other banana. And the only clue he got was punch stuff. Okay, that didn't work. That also didn't work. Because everything in there seems to imply it's something to do with Tiny. Like, unless I can get these guys to stand on this, which they won't. Okay, so punching it with Chunky doesn't seem to do anything. I see. That gave me the boulder. And we got it. So Tiny just has to turn her blueprint, Lanky needs to find his blueprint, Chunky has a random banana out in the wild, DK has to do a sniper barrel. So where could Chunky's last banana be? Rude. I guess I just kind of have to wander around with Chunky for a bit. And hopefully I see like a button that I forgot about. Let me make sure that this is what I got. That is not what I got, that's Lanky's, so that's where Lanky's last thing is. There's Diddy's last 10 bananas that I don't need. And still no sign of Chunky's on the way down. Unless there's like a path over to the side that I missed. Guess we'll go lanky to grab that so I don't forget the spot. And I already know that DK's is near here. Just need to not get knocked off on the way up. There's some lanky coins over there. I think I already checked in here, and I think I got everything already. Oh yeah, because Chunky had the barrel, or bonus barrel. And then there was nothing else. If I want to go for one I know is close, I know that DK is pretty close. Unless there's something in the Chunky path that I completely missed. I wonder if Chunky can interact with these gravestones at all. Seems like a no. What is this way? That was a tiny thing over there. I think this was the several paths. So Chunky had to break all the gates here, but I don't think there was anything actually in them that would be significant. Because they all seem to be dead ends. And Chunky's were back here. And neither of them leads anywhere. I guess we go this way, and this will take me back out to the water, which I don't think there was anything there. Candy shop, nothing else here. Also, did I get all the blueprints for this level? I have all of them, but I've not turned them all in. Chunky's last one might be one I need to look up. Because Not seeing anything anywhere that looks out of place. Unless it was like an area that closed that I have to open with somebody else. But if that were the case, then there's not a lot of area that Chunky hasn't been, because he's already at 90 bananas. So I should probably check to make sure I got everything else. Yeah, I got the fairies. I think DK hits the button and that opened up the library for a time limit. It's not gonna be that one. Diddy was able to open up the ballroom for other people, but only Tiny had stuff to do there. Again, unless Tiny needs to like open that for Chunky for some reason. This just takes me back to a Diddy barrel. I guess the weird part about this one especially is because this would have to be either an area dedicated to Chunky's ability or a bonus barrel that only he can reach, which there are not a lot of places I can think of. Anyway, let's get Donkey Kong's last one and I'll look up Chunky's. Because I feel like I've looked all over. I do really need to refill DK's instruments. Maybe after this I'll do that. And also, I guess if this doesn't activate anything, then it means that it's not like I missed a switch, unless it's the tiny switch. Trying to get the timing on these is real weird because of how far they have to go. And we got it. And we got it. Okay, and I decided to look up chunkies, and I did find the spot I missed. And I know where it is. It was not the spot that I was thinking of with Tiny, but it is another spot where I think I had to use Tiny. Before we swap back though, I did want to refill DK's instrument, which is right over here. So I don't think everybody's full, but most of them have pretty decent. And then all I have left to do after that would be to turn in the blueprints, which I don't necessarily have to do here, and the boss. I forget if it's number 3 or number 4. But let's check 2. I think this was just for the Diddy Barrel. Yes it was. Guess we'll go this way though while we're here. Surprised he grabbed onto that. It was the shack. I just never... Because Lanky was the shack to the right, but I guess I needed to go in there. To actually, like, punch it with Chunky. And that's all Chunky's bananas done. Well, that worked. Okay, so I am done with this area. I just have to fight the boss and then leave. And there's the boss. If I wanted, I could turn in the blueprints, but I'm not worried about them. I can turn them in once I get the other ones, because I do have to grab a blueprint literally outside this room and the whole next level. big question is, who is fighting? If I were to make a guess, I would guess Diddy. I guess Lanky also hasn't had a second fight yet. I feel like I could have picked a better order. I think Lanky was the way to go. I didn't remember who had already turned in. Yeah, Lanky had a full stack of 100 on him. Made it slightly quicker. Unless Lanky is the one I need. And they are. And in we go. Oh, he shoots lasers. Why is there a tag barrel here? That was not what I wanted to do. Oh, tag barrels because they just get knocked off the castle. If I whiff. I am unclear on what happened there, because that was clearly where K. Rool was, unless, like, he disappeared at that exact second. Oh, it's fake. They made one who is slightly brighter color, who I assume is the one shooting lasers. That was, I thought he was gonna still be there after the lasers, and they were not. Diddy almost fell into the barrel. Diddy did fall into the barrel. last phase is a weird one. Because it seems like there's 2 times when they're vaguely vulnerable. Either I have to guess where they're gonna pop up to shoot the laser, or I have to get them when they're just kind of going around the outer edge. And the camera is now zoomed out enough to see very well. At least I know to look for the one that's more brightly colored, because the other one is fake. And I think this is when the fake starts showing up. That's the fake over there. That was too late. Okay, got the hit there. And I think we got the arm there. Now for the bad phase. Never mind, I got one more hit. I don't know if it's designed to like go to where my camera is, but I feel like the fake one is the one that always shows up first. The one I see. I think the idea here is I just have to get ready for when he's going around and cut him off. Wasn't quick enough, but I did see that there is a light pattern where he shows up. So I can work with that. And we got it. I didn't mean to dive there. That was too early. As I wasn't looking for the light pattern, I just kind of guessed which one he was going to pop out of, because I didn't see it yet. Too early again. That looked like it should have been it, because I saw the light come on unless I was too slow. was definitely too slow. Hey, where did it send me out to? Oh, that's unfortunate. Didn't mean to leave the level, so now I gotta find a door. I think 3 had a quick teleport to 1. Unless I see one on the way. Might have been 2. Because I think 2 was just like a Diddy barrel in the door. And it was. Okay, so I'm still getting to what I assume is the last phase. I just need to be a little bit quicker on timing. It seems like it speeds up with each round. Also 9, I'm assuming 9 cannon hits total is a little bit rough for having to redo a whole fight. Where I only get 5 hits and then I have to redo the whole thing over. And I guess it's good that I learned that light trick because that does work for every other phase. So now I don't have to fiddle with the camera, I can just look for the platform. Apparently it doesn't work here because they're both lit up. It just helps me narrow it down. So yeah, by determining which one's the fake, I can go to the other light platform, and that sort of speeds it up. Okay, third phase. So it goes around to like 6. So even if I don't get the third one, I can kind of count it out. Too early? Gotta wait for the vocal cue. There we go. At least that one. Got a second hit. Just need one more. That was a long fight. Oh, we got it. It did slightly undercut it as a lanky fight by having it be a big tag battle. So my options now are either turn in all my blueprints or leave. I think I will go for leave. Because outside here I know I have to go grab a blueprint anyway. And then my options are either go back to Fungal Forest to 100% that, or go to new area. If I were to go based on the current time, I would probably just want to finish up Fungal Forest and maybe call it there. And maybe do some random overworld stuff. Let's just do this. And we made it out. So I need DK to hit the switch, and then I gotta go back to Diddy after that. I can't hit the switch because it keeps homing in on the one enemy. I should probably check my blueprints after this for the overworld to see where we're at. Diddy has theirs, Chunky's already turned in, Tiny turned it in, Lanky needs to find it. And now I guess I'll make sure I did that Lanky switch. If I did, then I never have to come back to this area again. And I guess we should probably turn in the key, because I think there is a lanky banana by the keys, so I'm gonna just want to stay as lanky. Okay, so I definitely did whatever was up here. And all of the other sides of the center thing were hints. So we go. Don't want to go in the cannon, want to go over here. So I think that's the final area, which I do not want to go to for a variety of reasons. The biggest one being it's a area with a limited time. Okay, I need to activate the barrel before I hit that. And I need to get all the blueprints to give myself the maximum time, because if I don't complete the area within the time limit, then I can't complete the game. There's also apparently a dirt spot I didn't activate there. And we got it. Unless I did activate it and they respawn. Okay. So that puts us at almost, technically 161 bananas because I have 2 to turn in. I think I know where another tiny one is. And I'm going to assume at least one of them is near the entrance to the area I haven't gone to yet. Berry. And I just got a banana. And I unlocked a chunky spot. Now let's check our overworld stuff. There's still a battle spot, but I'm done with fairies. Ideally, I would like to figure out where that chunky barrel is. But I didn't get a good glimpse on where it is. Okay, found it. And I think I know what this one is. Assuming Chunky is allowed to swim. Chunky can swim while big. Big banana. Now I just gotta figure out where that actually is. There it is. So Diddy is the main one who's missing a ton of stuff right now. Maybe before I go to clear up that one other area, I dip into like the lobby for the new one that I haven't been to, and just kind of look around. Also, actually, Diddy's at 3 because I got a blueprint right outside. I think I want this one. The cannon is back here. And I think I need to get up to DK Island's ear. Just wanna look around inside. Don't want to commit to doing a whole new level yet. It's like a chunky room. I think that's Lanky's. And then there's a DK barrel for some reason. That's the entrance there, and then there's a Diddy barrel. Okay, so that's why I need the DK barrel. So I guess I'll go Lanky to grab the blueprint. Don't know what that folder's for yet. Or if that's just for decoration. Also, I didn't figure out what that button did. I need to probably hold that down with a barrel. That's probably what it's... Okay, only one more overworld banana for Donkey, and it is his blueprint. So I want Chunky to grab that boulder so I can put it on the rock, or on the button. I do like how this one enemy in particular just kind of stayed dead. And then Diddy has a rocket up top. And thank you for the follow. What does that unlock for me? Because I didn't see the button react to anything. I'm assuming it's somewhere I can only reach with the barrel. There we go. Let me check Chunky real quick. Chunky already has a blueprint, so it is just kind of a random banana somewhere. I activated the button there. My guess is that it's gonna be a Chunky banana, because he had to activate the button. But I don't know where else he could go. Doesn't look like there's anything back there. And I didn't see the button activate anything. Let's get a peek at these. Top of the ice castle for a oh good, another race. Smashing time with the ice walls, kinda already figured that out. Already got all the abilities, so I don't think I need to worry about that. Pictures with DK in his cabin near Candy. The only thing up here is the way into the level. Like, unless that button activated Diddy's switch, I have no idea what this did. Because I don't think they would put anything else in the DK only room. And it doesn't seem like it's doing anything. But I'm not too worried about it right now. I can always come back later. Because now it's time to complete the 5th area. I should have probably swapped to Lanky before I came here, but there's a barrel right there. I don't think there was anything else in this room that I needed to worry about. In fact, just to check. So Lanky and Diddy both need 1 print. Could try to break that box to make sure there's nothing there, because I don't remember if I cleared everything here out, but I'm reasonably sure I did. Okay, seems like that's everything there. I'm pretty sure the lever just spins the hint wheel. So, in we go. So for here, I just need 3 bananas and a fairy somewhere. I know where one of them is. Or at least I know what it will look like when I get there. This looks vaguely right. Yeah, there it is. I didn't see what that did. Probably don't want to grab those. There's a race here, and I think I needed Lanky's ability to activate it. That was a tiny thing, so it's not there. That was a Diddy spot there. Because the issue I'm running into immediately is I don't know what that switch is doing. Unless it's a daytime thing. I'm just going to assume it's a daytime thing and go activate it. Because at least I know where it is. And this is one where I will absolutely look up the last few bananas just to make sure I got them. Remember there's an easier way up? I think it's cannon. Okay, made it daytime, so let's see if the path is still open. If it is, then I'm going to assume that was the answer. Looks like it is. And there's unique enemies here, which makes it look extra promising. Okay, there's somebody new here. I am not a fan of their voice. So this wasn't the one. Where Lanky needed his ability. Was a very delayed try again. I know this is going any faster. Cool, love how enemies can hit me, but not them. Okay, so I forgot there was one behind it. I like how I just kind of phase out of existence. Yeah, absolutely thought that the race track was gonna be where I needed Lanky's sprint, but apparently there's another spot. Looks like I've got it though. Oh, good. Okay, this one they do give me the barrel. However, unlike the other race challenges that required abilities, this one is not infinite. And I had to wait for the barrel animation. So I immediately start with a disadvantage. I mean, at that point, I might as well just pick the wrong one and go. I missed the barrel, so no point in trying to catch up when I'm already that far behind. I guess pushing buttons can get him out of the barrel faster. And it's actually really hard to catch up. Well, I missed the barrel again. The consistent downside of this level that I'm coming across is finite resources for multiple bananas. So I guess it's the B button specifically that I need to hit. The enemy who was there just kind of disappeared. I don't have enough crystals to win. Meaning I need to not click try again. And the crystals don't respawn between matches, I think, so if I don't get enough crystals, and I also cannot activate the switch while handstanding, meaning I do have to grab the barrel every time I start. And I don't see any more crystals around here, which means that this might be my last attempt of this race. Just to check. So yeah, Lanky has a whole other banana that I gotta find. So after this, I will probably pull up a list of the last two just so I can get them without too much of a headache. I got the barrel, but I did it by backpedaling into it. Which is probably not the ideal way. I think that's too slow again. I think I bumped off the bunny and then I missed the barrel a little bit and I still kind of had to backtrack. Just need a good start because I know enough shortcuts to maybe get ahead of them if I get a really good opening. That looked like it should have been it. And we go again. I don't know if I can get out of the barrel any faster. Doesn't seem like there's any way to go faster, so it seems like if they start off ahead I can close the gap a little bit, but not enough to actually pass them. And I don't know where another shortcut could be. It's like the only one I can kind of think of is... like when they do these two big turns, there's a quick shortcut, but that's what I've already been using. I think I'm gonna take a moment and try to figure out where these last two bananas are, because I have to go get more crystals anyway. It's also unfortunate that there's no other way to get crystals that I know of other than just wander around and pick them up. I don't know how exactly how many I need, but I know I needed at least 10. Probably closer to 15. Okay. I feel like this might be the one I missed. Because it sounds like there's 2 doors here, and I definitely remember doing 1. I don't think I realize there was a second time door. Or if I did, I never went back for it. I know the 5 is not the one. And then there's the chunky door there. So I would guess it's the one by the tag barrel. Means as soon as I land, I need to go, like, I wish I could turn. Straight where he's facing. If it's the one with the colored mushrooms, it's the one I already did. This is not the one I did. Okay, so that's all Lanky's bananas, other than the race one that I still gotta get. It looks like Chunky's is one of those wells that I never figured out how to interact with. So crystals were at 15. I think that's good enough for one attempt. So I think one of the things that was helping me out in the race the first time was I think the rabbit had to stop for enemies or go around them. The problem with later attempts was those enemies were gone. But we try again. $15 is probably going to give me one good attempt, assuming I don't mess it up. Actually, if I base it based on my last one, probably anything over 10 crystals is enough for an attempt. Getting stuck on that log hurt. And that's definitely a loss. But because I've already did these, I'm just wasting crystals. I don't think I have enough to do another attempt. So I think the move now is to grab Chunky's final banana. Remember that number 4 is the quick way to get back here. And then just kind of hope I see some crystals on the way. I kinda forgot where the tag barrel is. Maybe it's in my best interest to walk out and walk back in anyway, because that'll probably respawn the crystals. Frankly, they should have loaded this room with crystals, because of how many they expect to be used in this level. Also, I am looking for tips online, just to see if there's an easier way to get the rabbit. Oops. I guess the chunky coins were the hint that I needed to just hop down there. I didn't catch how many coins I need. Because I was reading something else. Okay, so I just have to either go past those. Oh, he's dead. I either have to go past those falling rocks, or I have to wait until they disappear. I don't know which one it is. I need to hit the bell to activate those. I did catch that. Just absolutely bleeding coins here. Bell activated one. Pretty sure I'm gonna need way more than 10. It's like left path had more. $50 coins or nothing. Alright, but we go again. Now I have an idea of what to expect. 50 coins is gonna be rough because of how many things can just hit me. It almost feels like I should just go through this extremely slow. Like, other than... I did mess that down. Other than the other enemies in the minecarts, or the bombs in the minecarts, there's nothing that seems to require me to go fast. And if I miss that lever, he chases me for quite a while. If I miss those bells, I'm just kind of out of luck. I don't know what the timing is to hit him. Unfortunately, if I lean to the side, I do also speed up. Just don't know the timing on those bells. It's like my assumption was like I just need to hit him once by probably jumping into them. Doing that jump. I didn't go any of the paths, so I lost out on some coins there. 21. So even messing up what felt like was every major obstacle, I still got almost halfway. Like I didn't get the lever to stop the one card that was swinging at me. I didn't get any of the bells. Got hit by I think both TNT barrels. And then a whole bunch of other stuff. There, right at the beginning. And I missed that, so that's a bunch of coins gone. And also I have to deal with obstacles. Maybe we just restart this one. It seems like slowing down is not the way to deal with the boulders, but also those are the only time I have to deal with the boulders, and I can just hit the lever to avoid it. I do just kind of panic in this section if I don't get that lever, because it's something that just can randomly start hitting me. That's how the gate was open, so I didn't hit the bell. Because there is one bell that is a trap. I wonder if slowing down on those trees is an option. Forgot about that TNT. Thought that was lower. I forget how close it is to the door there. Did a little bit better. I actually hit some of the bells that time. Still missed the lever to get rid of the guy swinging at me, and I also got hit by the TNT. Lost a lot of coins trying to get that. That's the bell. That was a trap. Okay, so I think slowing down until they fall all the way is the trick for those. Too fast. And bad timing. I don't fully know how to get around those because they seem hard to jump in. I miss that again. Probably gonna have pretty close to what I did before. $50 is rough. There's just so many things that can drain coins so fast. And it gets very hard to see in some sections, like when there's the explosions and all those rocks falling down. I can't see much of anything. If I missed that one, I might as well restart. That's too many coins and I'm gonna get hit by boulders. Made it through the opening with 15 coins. See, that lever isn't the most. I heard a bell sound, but it didn't give me credit for the bell. $31. Forgot that comes back around. So going through there, slow is fine. I just have to remember the TNT. Press the bell. I need to take it as slow as I can, because I'm so close in coins that even a couple extra might secure a win. And we got it. Okay. Now I just need to get chunkies, and I did get a trick. So basically the trick is let them win once. Just kind of hang out under the barrel until they win. Don't skip any text. And then it puts me closer to the barrel to start the race. And that's pretty much all I got there. Other than that, it's just be good. Ag barrel is over here. At least I thought it was, unless it's only in the prior area. It's like only in the prior area. Never mind, there it is. And yeah, all the crystals did come back, which won't give me the maximum number of tries, but it will give me at least 2. So I'll try it once with like a legit run, and if it doesn't work, then I'll try out the trick, because I've only got 3 attempts before I have to reset the area, probably. If I whiff the barrel, I'll just go for the trick. So, majorly far ahead. Okay, so I didn't get it. So let's try the trick. So basically I just wait here. But like right as physically close to the barrel as I can be. And now we wait. Alright. Let's see if this works. I do not want to skip any text. It did not work, so that's fortunate. That was my bad. We just reset that. This race might be the hardest because it seems like there's no way to come back if I'm not like perfect on the first try. Okay, that's a reset. Like, the only thing I could sort of think of is like, on that first stump turn, I can probably just jump between the two. And the enemy who's in the middle there is gone, so he didn't get caught on that. Yeah, it feels like even with the speed buff, it's like specifically designed to make Lanky very fast. He is as fast as Lanky, which means the only option that I'm left with is to navigate this course better that doesn't have really... I can cut corners, but there's no shortcuts. Like, there's nothing that resembles a shortcut. So maybe what I do is, while I'm just randomly heading out or looking around for crystals, because I'm out, I just look at like a video of it. Okay, I see what I did wrong. And I did get enough crystals. So basically what I did wrong was, I did need to wait for the text, but I needed to jump like right before the try again showed up. And we've only got one good run of this before I just teleport out of the area and come back in, so we're gonna cheese this as much as I can. Because what this basically does is it activates the run ability during the try again phase and carries it over to when the race actually starts, which is how I feel like it should be by default anyway. Having to jump into a barrel and then figure out that you can animation cancel the barrel does not seem like an intended method for a race. If the rabbit was slower, I would give them credit for that, but he's not. I did fall a little bit behind because I got kind of caught on him. And we won. Okay. So that is Fungal Forest completed. Never mind, I am missing a fairy. So where's the fairy? Okay, so there's... two of them that are possible, and I'm pretty sure I know which of the two it is. 'Cause I think it was the one that was before I had the camera, and then I never went back in it. So, two things I need to do for this. Actually, it's probably going to be faster to teleport. So how am I doing on all my collectibles overall? Just want to take a quick glance. So 166, but I have blueprints turned in, so probably 169. And again, I have blueprints to turn in, so I probably have like 7 left. 5 fairies, and I'm hunting 1 now, so there's 4 left. 2 of them I know are in the area I haven't been. 3 battle spots. So the big thing is, before I go into like the final area, or what I think is the final area, I do want to make sure to basically go through every area once, just to make sure I've actually 100%ed everything. Like I didn't miss a crown somewhere. I don't remember what number goes to where, but I know I need to go to the waterfall area. Or the water wheel. It's not there. 4 is not the one, maybe 3. It is not 3. So it is either 1 or 5, and I don't think it's 5, because 5 was on top of the mushroom. Okay, got it. Okay, so there's only 2 places it could be, and I'm going to guess it's this one. First try. Okay, so now we're done with this area. And just to be double sure, yeah, I got the crown. Got all 5 banana medals. Got both fairies. 25 golden bananas.
Okay.
Gonna pop a quick save, and we go. And yeah, I will say my plan today was to complete 2 areas, and that is 2 areas after about 5 hours. Yeah, I expected to get more done honestly, but I'm fine with what I got. I could absolutely try to clear out some more of the overworld stuff, like how many... Looks like 2 blueprints to turn in. I got all the fairies, there's a crown somewhere that I have either not seen or forgot about. And how are we doing on bananas? Diddy's at 3, DK needs the blueprint, Chunky's missing 1 somewhere, Tiny's missing 1 somewhere, Lanky's missing 1, Diddy's missing 1. I missed the water. So yeah, the thing I absolutely don't want to have happen is I don't want to get pulled into the Helms area until I turn in all 40 blueprints. which right now I'm at, counting the 2 that I just counted, I'm probably at like 32 out of 40, unless I might have 2 from other areas that I forgot about. I guess the big question is there anything else that I can think of to do last minute? And I want to say no. Like, unless there's something in the very early area with Cranky, I think I've cleared out most things. Because they do seem pretty good about putting like all of the major collectibles outside of areas. It is possible that there is like a lobby before the Helms area that I will need to go into. And that might have some of the missing bananas. I don't think there's anything in the training area. It seems like this area is just kind of for the start. So yeah, I think I'm gonna save it and call it a night. And we'll see who is on to raid.
Okay.
Let's take a look at my actual percentage.
Here we go. Donkey Kong.
81%. So I started at 67, so I got about 14% in about little under 5 hours. So at that pace, I could maybe finish the game in one really long stream, which is kind of what I plan on doing. Also, I see who led us to streaming, and I've actually not been able to raid them yet. So let's go say hi to them. Okay, so Saturday I'm probably going to be returning to Yakuza Kiwami 2, unless I would say if I got further in this I would have considered streaming tomorrow, but it'll depend on how long Thanksgiving actually is. I expect it to be most of the day, so probably won't get a stream in. If I do, I would probably do Super Mario RPG, and I would do this on Sunday. If I don't stream at all on Thanksgiving, then I will do Yakuza Kiwami 2 on Saturday, and try for Mario RPG on Sunday, to maybe finish my first playthrough of that, of the remake. And then one day I'm just gonna have to set aside to 100% the rest of this. But that's it for me today. Thanks again, Whitehawk earlier for the raid, and go say hi to who let us. And bye-bye.